Oh, one of my best friends. Yeah. We were set underneath a cherry tree when we were babies together. We've known each other that long. We won't go into how many years that is.
Garfield Road from Airport Road south to go to the apartments. People out there walking in the road all winter long. It's a terrible safety thing. But I can't get anybody to commit to plowing anything. And I think they ought to be
You're mountain silent.
blowers. Have the city go out there and take care of it.
I didn't know she was leaving. I knew she wasn't feeling well.
Was it last week we took that picture? Here? Last week? Was that last week?
That's perfect. Yeah. Well, Tart's got some really good volunteers.
Yeah. We're gonna find out, right?
Okay, I think these
But
are.
I know Garfield Township's looking at
Oops.
partially paying for the trail.
First, I did some aerial.
South.
Oh, on the dam?
Yeah.
Sitting up on top of the hill?
Yeah, my camera went.
Large and
But that still doesn't,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
you can put no sidewalk in. Long and work, but in the winter time, if you don't have.
Oh, you ever see a rainbow?
Doesn't do you any good.
I suppose.
Actually, there, I was sitting at the board.
I wonder if he's gonna be ready.
Right at Cass and,
Wonder where Dave's at.
Really, the color. It's great.
What's he doing on the thing?
This is mine.
We'll have to mark him that. Hey, Dave.
Oh, there he is.
Hey Dave, glad you can make it.
Last but not least.
Okay, it's 7 p.m., Wednesday, October 17th, 2012, and we'll call the regularly scheduled Ways and Means Committee to order. And the first thing would be the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item is roll call, if you would call it, please.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yep.
Richardson?
Here.
Max Bauer?
Here.
Lemkool?
Here.
Edmund?
Here.
Henschel?
Yes.
Gilman?
Here.
Please?
Present.
And Wheelock is excused.
Correct. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of September 19th, 2012, regular session.
Move for approval as presented, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Then, did you get that? Been moved and supported to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the first, next item is the first public comment. Would you read the rules regarding that, please?
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provision of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, extend the amount of time any person is allowed to speak. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4, Order of Business. However, public comment will generally be received at any time during the meeting regarding a specific topic currently under discussion by the board. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized, and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to offer public comment? Ralph?
Ralph Safardini, 220 Huron Street. I'm here to speak on, to talk to you a little bit about the Commission on Aging, and I'm going to read a letter from Stacy Lee Isles, who couldn't be here tonight. but it talks about pretty much what I would say also, and maybe add a couple things. She wanted to address us on the concern with the Board of Commissioners contemplating providing Commission on Aging funds to Meals on Wheels, Area Agency on Aging, or any other organization in direct contradiction with the decision made by the Commission of Aging Board. First of all, I would like to state that she said that she did believe that both Meals on Wheels and Area Agency on Aging provide valuable services. As such, we would like to, her comments to also reflect that. Her concern was basically more based upon the operation of the Commission on Aging and its board. You as a county board appointed each of the board members to the Commission on Aging. In accepting the appointment, the COA board has worked diligently to ensure that services are provided to the seniors in our community, to have our hands around the budget. When we were faced with a significant budget shortfall, we examined our programs, surveyed our clients, and faced difficult decisions. In the end, we had to raise rates paid by our seniors, cut services, and take significant amounts from our fund balance to both 2012-2013 budgets. The Commission on Aging Board, after much discussion, also voted to not fund outside agencies during this time of unpredictable revenues, as it seems inequitable for us to fund outside groups while we maintain long wait lists for our services, and when doing so effectively is putting the burden on our clients. It is now being projected that our revenues will be $60,000 higher than anticipated. While this is great news, it is in fact comes in being, this is not a figure that is comfortable relying upon the projections that have occurred in the past. If you remember a year ago when we had the budget, we had a budget. It was in place in January. We were contacted and told that we were $340,000 short. We took that money out of the contingency fund. Furthermore, in fact, there's a modest increase in anticipated with PATH includes generating a scholarship fund for clients who simply cannot afford to pay for the rate increases. If you remember when we came to you before with the budget, we said to you, and you said, hey, some of these people, you've got to help them out, the people at the bottom end. And so we came up with that. We came up with a system where we can, where we can give scholarships. We want to try to eliminate the wait list as much as we can and operate in a fiscally sound manner by maintaining an appropriate fund balance. Simply put, it makes no sense to provide for outside agency funding while the Commission on Aging has a wait list. It is increasing its rate and cutting service and is contemplating fundraising to provide for scholarships to assist our other seniors who can't afford even the most minuscule amount. Additionally, if the Commission and Commissioners decide to grant the request for funding, I think it should be acknowledged that you have started down a slippery slope. I would anticipate that you can expect other organizations which need funding will be seeking directly from you, and anyone aggrieved by a decision made by the Commission on Aging Board will be increasingly appealed to you because it's apparent that the Commission on Aging Board does not have the authority to make decisions with any amount of certainty. I thank you for your time and efforts and ask that you consider all of the ramifications of decision fund outside agencies from COA millage, and not just the fact that the organization appealing for monies are worthwhile for the finances. There were a number of agencies that we quit, and by the way, it was not easy to do. They are all, every agency that we took out of our grant process was an excellent agency, and we spent a lot of time trying to come up with money that we could assist them in some way. But I think everything that has been said by Stacy is true, that we're in that predicament. We have a couple pilot programs that are going along to save money. We're talking about on our snow and grass and windows and those kinds of programs to look at that at a couple pilot projects, and we're working on that. But our wait lists are still there. And the $60,000, now, if you're going to do part of that $60,000, guarantee that if that money is not there, you're going to take it out of your general budget. Because that's where it should come, if in fact you're going to generate that money. And where some other folks are probably going to speak in the same manner. So I would hope you take that in consideration, because again, we're trying to do the very best we possibly can with the people that we have to serve.
Thank you, Ralph. Jim?
Jim Pasco, 358 Sierra Drive in Blair Township.
I am a board member for the Commission on Aging. I understand that $60,000 in millage funds has been found, and there's an intention to use it to fund Meals on Wheels and the Area Agency on Aging. No millage was ever approved by the voters for the Commission on Aging to fund Meals on Wheels. Any decision to take millage money for Meals on Wheels would be ignoring the decision of the taxpayers in the last millage election. Also, do not lose sight of the fact that $520,000 was given to Meals on Wheels by the Area Agency on Aging. That money is for a 5-county area, including Grand Traverse County, and is expected to be used efficiently and should be adequate funding. I do not know if anyone does know if that funding is being used efficiently, because there's a lot of meals purchased. I believe, the questions I've raised, that there is no competitive bidding on those meals. And these are questions that need to be resolved too. It, in my opinion, would be a negative decision to override the views of the Commission on Aging Board regarding allocation of millage funds. Commission on Aging board members have seriously studied this issue, and we've battled the budget issues for about 8 months now. And we'll probably be battling them until the economy turns around. That's a few days down the road. It would be unfortunate to have the credibility challenged of those COA board members who have studied it seriously and are closest to the situation. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, Rob.
Jim,
Yes,
thanks
sir.
for coming, and Ralph, thank you too. Just looking in my packet, I see in the budget, it says the budget request for Commission on Aging did not include funding for the Area Agency on Aging in the amount of $7603 or the $20,000 for Meals on Wheels program that is provided by Area Agency on Aging. The Board of Commissioners agreed to pay the appropriation out of general funds monies in May of 2012. In August, what they're getting at is the informed commissioners, I'm sorry, I lost my spot. But anyways, it was suggested that, here it is, if the Board of Commissioners wanted, it could allocate those funds. Is this what you guys are talking about? This, you're talking about the 2012? Okay, this is the budget item you guys are talking to that's in our packet today?
For
Okay.
2013, yes, sir.
Okay. We haven't discussed this as a committee or a board, so I'm just, I'm hearing a lot of comments about something we haven't really discussed yet, so I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Thank you. I'm
Good
Shirley,
evening.
in the mic. I'm Shirley Zarafa. I do serve on the Commission on Aging. I live at 3930 Evelyn Street, which is in East Bay Township. And the reason I'm here tonight is, again, to protect the millage that our voters voted for over 80% in our last election. And I actually brought the ballot language tonight. This is a copy of the ballot. And it says, this proposal will allow Grand Traverse County, through its Commission on Aging, to continue to provide services, blah, blah, blah. It describes all the ages and things like that. But I think that if you ask the man on the street, what did I just vote for? They would be thinking that my answer would be to take care of the senior citizens in all of Grand Traverse County, and that the Commission on Aging would make the decisions on how to do that. That's just my opinion, but it's something for you to consider. And then I don't know if this is acceptable or not. This was an email from one of our members who can't be here tonight. Her name is Sue Castle. She gave me permission to talk to you. She lives in Whitewater Township. And she says, I strongly disapprove of any increased millage revenue that would be redirected. So I think she's saying the same thing, is that the money that we have had appropriated to us by the voter should stick with the Commission on Aging decisions on how to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Jim?
I'm Jim McGee, and I live at 4300 West Timberwood Drive in Acme Township, and if my voice seems a little bit raspy, it's because I've been yelling in the night for the last 2 days after hearing about what was proposed here. And I guess I'll direct this at Dave, because he's sitting over there with a little bit of a smirk on his face.
Sorry, I'm not smirking, I'm smiling at your comment.
Okay. You know, I want an answer as to what is your justification for suggesting that you take off the top of the COA budget a sum of money and that you make the decision to distribute it? What is your justification for doing that?
Well, I didn't make that suggestion. What I did say was that the millage has been paying for those services for quite some time. This budget, it was removed. The general fund began to pick up the Area Agency on Aging appropriation in May, well, actually for this year. And it was removed, the $20,000 that had been appropriated last year for Meals on Wheels was removed from the budget when it was submitted by the Council on Aging this year for the 2013 budget. And my suggestion was when I looked at the tax revenue that was projected and upon which the budget was based when it was submitted, it was actually less than what we had received to date. And so there's a surplus there. There's additional revenue there to be used. And my letter to the Board of Commissioners indicated that it could be used for those things.
I see. Well, why don't you just suggest that you raise the budget for the COA and allow us to do what we do normally? You don't have an answer for that. Okay.
Well, because I make recommendations based upon what I think.
First of all, let me say this. Look, we've been down this road more than once already, having this discussion about the Board of Commissioners deciding to override the Commission on Aging Board. I've been here a couple of times, and I'm getting really tired of it, frankly. I'm not sure it's worth my time anymore to continue to do this if you're going to play this game. You know, we don't know if that $60,000 is real. I mean, from what I've heard, you're going to flatline the budget so that you can kick the can down the road on all your other problems with the budget. At the same time, that means there's going to be purportedly 60,000 additional revenue that you really can't prove you're going to have, when in fact for the last 2 years we've seen reductions, and nobody is forecasting anything better than that for the future. So now all of a sudden, you know, we come up with this gimmick, and you're going to take $60,000 out of there, and you're going to decide where it's going to go. You've got a board that's charged with that responsibility and have spent an enormous amount of time evaluating and making the hard decisions. The hard decisions are those where you simply have to cut. Larry?
Didn't want to cut you off, but I do have a question for you.
Sure.
When it's appropriate.
It's
Okay.
appropriate at any time. Go ahead.
My feeling on this thing is that, you know, I've been on the board for this is my 20th year, and I don't recall the Board of Commissioners overturning a decision by the Commission on Aging. I just don't. I remember us meeting a couple times and discussing an item that
And I'm not saying you have.
that we thought we should have a discussion
Right.
on.
I'm not saying you have.
So I just want to clarify, we're not, we don't
understand
sit
that.
here and dwell on overturning decisions on the Commission on Aging, and I would prefer not to be honest with you. And I agree with you that, you know, we place you on the board to make those decisions, and we shouldn't be micromanaging the boards and commissions that we appoint. And number two, there's been no discussion or agreement, either at the administrative level or the county commission level, to utilize that $60,000 that is supposedly a surplus, potentially. So there's been absolutely no discussion at that level. So to make, I want to
Yeah.
make sure you don't have a conclusion that we are driving this and that there's a
No, no.
$60,000 balance and we've decided to move forward. We haven't even.
I understand.
This is just coming to us today. I mean, we just.
We just
All right.
learned of this Tuesday
All
morning.
right, so I just want to give you, just want to let you know that, I don't want to have you come walking up here with the impression that, we're geared up to overturn, we're geared up to reallocate. This just came to us. We haven't even had a discussion at the board level. Information just came to us, along with the other information in the budget.
I fully understand that. That's why I directed my question.
Yeah, and he certainly has the option to inform the board that there potentially could be extra money if we felt as a group that it was an important thing to fund, that we can jointly make a decision how to handle that. But we haven't done that yet. I'm not in a posture of continuing to micromanage and overturn decisions on boards, especially the Commission on Aging Board. I think you guys are doing a great job. And so I do have two questions for you, just real quick ones, and if you can help me out with this, just with some history. I know that your board made a request upon the county commission to not have the Commission on Aging fund the Area Agency on Aging because it was the practice of other Commission on Agings in our market or in our state that the county commission pays those fees and not the Area Agency or not the Commission on Aging. And that was brought forward to us, and at the end of the discussion, we decided to go that way for the 012 distribution.
Well, that
Now-
wasn't the only reason. It was in addition to the fact that we had to cut funding.
Right.
Okay.
And so the question I have for you is the second part is it typical, because I don't know, maybe you guys would know, is it typical for a county commission on aging program, whether it's funded for a millage or not funded with a millage, to make annual appropriations as a consistent way of doing business to Meals on Wheels program?
Can't answer that. Every one of them is different.
They're all different.
Some commissions on aging are actually Meals on Wheels units.
They're their only Meals on Wheels program,
Yeah,
and
right.
that's all they do.
That, in some cases, that's about right.
Okay, all right.
In many, they're a combination, but a heavy emphasis on doing Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, and I guess lastly, my third comment would be not knowing the funding sources of the Meals on Wheels and what other sources of revenue they got coming in, whether this would even have an impact on them, to be honest with you, whether it would or would not. I mean, I don't know, because like as Commissioner Maxwell told me, is that, the
Area Agency on Aging
funds that, as well as there's meals down at the senior center.
which are
supplied-
funded by Meals on Wheels, but the Area Agency on
Yeah.
Aging.
So, it was just a quick question of, you made the decision to not fund outside agencies. I can respect that. And we've decided out of our budget previously not to fund outside agencies, and we've decided to fund some outside agencies that we feel are important, that we have a strong partnership with. So, I mean,
Mr. Inman?
it's your call, but.
I would like to, I think we're getting the horse before the cart
I
here.
understand that.
And
Yeah.
Chairman McGee asked me prior to the meeting if I would ask the board, because obviously they have a great number of people in
Okay.
the audience
All right.
here.
Fair enough.
For the budget proposal, if we could move it to the head of the pack and have Dave make his presentation.
Okay. All right.
And then, we can respond, because like you so aptly stated earlier, we really haven't had the chance to, go over it very thoroughly. So if we could have Dave and Dean present it to us, then, Jim, we could
I would appreciate
sit down
that.
and anybody that wants to speak, once they're done, we want to take the presentation first, and then we'll discuss this, if the board's agreeable.
No, I think that's a great process.
Everybody
Fine.
agreeable to that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dave, could you present the portion on the Commission on Aging to the board? Jason, did you have something to say?
We're still in the middle of public comment, aren't we?
Oh, that's right.
On,
Is there any other, okay.
Hi, I'm Lisa Robachek with Meals on Wheels, and so I just want to clarify a few things that I heard, just to, clear up some information. Happy to be here, and I appreciate you guys, everybody, the Commission on Aging and all of you, spending time thinking about what's most important for the seniors of Grand Traverse County. So first of all, we've been talking a little bit about funding, and Meals on Wheels does receive $520,000 for the 5 counties from the area agency. However, in order to produce all of the meals and take care of all the clients that there are, it cost about $1.3 million. So we receive $520,000 from them, and $860,000 we need to raise on our own. And that is through partnering with organizations like the Commission on Aging, that is through suggested donations, lots and lots of fundraising and grants. So if we only served the clients that area agency gave us money for, there are many people who'd be sitting at home without any food at all. So what I want to address today, I guess, is the fact that $20,000 is crucial. That is, each meal costs about $6.58. That includes the cost to prepare the meal. That includes the actual food cost. We all know how food cost is rising. It will continue to rise. That includes the driving. We cover hundreds and hundreds of miles within Grand Traverse County and all the mileage it takes to do that. That includes, we have assessors that go out and meet with all the clients and coordinate their care and make sure that they can stay healthy in their home. They don't just ask about meals. They ask about everything from, do you need a ramp? Do you need this? Do you need that? Because they are the only people that see the clients. The drivers that come see them every day, and they're the only ones, for many people, that see them on any given day. They've called 911, they change their light bulb, they give them a hug. For many people, many of you may have parents, who aren't in the area. I know I was talking to Christine one day, and she mentioned that she had a family member who had Meals on Wheels. And I want us to be there for you many, 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 many years from now when you need Meals on Wheels. So this is the frailest of the frail people that we're talking about. Yes, we receive money from area agency, but it's only about 1/3 of our budget. And if we want to stop there and not serve anybody else, I don't think I could sleep at night, and I'm not sure if any of us could. So it's really important. And as we said, the COA has been partnering with Meals on Wheels for years. And we've received $10,000 for many years, $30,000 one year. I think it was a high year, $20,000 this year. So to receive zero is, I'm very surprised about the partnership that is. So we asked about other counties. Within the 10-county region of area agency, we cover 5 counties. The other counties, they give about $140,000 to $360,000 of their millage. So $20,000 is wonderful, but it's a drop in the bucket for what we need to produce. We're willing to raise a lot more, but we're looking for a partnership, or at least some kind of a cut. But to be cut, actually zero, is just very sad. And we cannot continue to serve at this level if things are going to be cut like that. We have a waiting list, unfortunately, right now, and we're going to continue to have to do that. And our waiting list is kind of a waiting list with a heart, because we serve people for 2 weeks, and when people go off, someone can go back on, but that may have to change. So I'm just looking at you having to make that decision for who else we can't think of anything else more important than Meals on Wheels, I think. I'm a little biased, but we have to have food. If we don't have food, they're not going to enjoy any other services, and that daily check they get every day is crucial. So, thank you. Any questions?
You say you have meals, people can pay $6.50 or $6.58 a meal or whatever if they're ineligible?
If they are ineligible, right?
And is there a waiting list for that?
No. I mean, if someone just wants to pay, then they can. But many people, we have a huge number of people that are obviously under the poverty level, so that's not an option for them. Okay.
Thank you.
Or if they're eligible but they don't want to wait on the waiting list, then they can do that.
Chris?
Lisa, how many people are seniors on your waiting list in Grand Traverse County, and how many are COA clients that are on your waiting list?
Okay. First of all, page 5 talks about the numbers. We serve 907 clients within Grand...
I just got this.
Okay.
So.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yes.
Page
so
5. I'm sorry. Yes, page 5.
All right, I'm there.
Okay. So page 5, under clients served, the first column is Meals on Wheels, 492 clients or Meals on Wheels clients. I also include the congregate, and just to clarify about that, so we pay for all the meals for both Meals on Wheels and the congregate sites. I can't remember the comment, Christine, you had mentioned about the senior center. So we provide all those meals.
No, I did tell Commissioner Inman that. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, how many seniors in Grand Traverse County are on the waiting list? How many seniors in Grand Traverse County on the waiting list are Commission on Aging clients?
Okay. So first of all, let me just clarify again about the waiting list. How the waiting list works is that people receive services, and if 2 people have gone off the waiting list, they can get back on. So in essence, at this point, we're sort of holding steady. There are actually no people that have to have services interrupted because of the waiting list. And
So do I understand you? There are no seniors in Grand Traverse County right now that are on the waiting list?
at this moment, they have been able to start services because other people have gotten off, so there are not.
So the answer is 0, and so obviously the answer as to how many Commission on Aging clients are on the waiting list is also 0.
Correct.
Thank you.
But that cannot continue in terms of the waiting list at that way that we're doing it. It's not a sustainable way to keep funding the program. So, that makes sense?
I understand that. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. And the majority of our clients in general, many clients are COA clients that we share. We coordinate all the time with Emily and Jill, et cetera, so we share many clients in common. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other person wishing to comment? Okay, before we move forward, I'd be open for a motion to approve the agenda with the Commission on Aging budget being moved forward.
Second.
Been moved and supported.
Are we going to talk about the whole budget or just the Commission on Aging part?
Well, for right now, because I didn't want to keep those people waiting, it would be the last item on our agenda.
Where's that item under administration for the budget recommendation under 9D? So I think he just wants to talk about one department within the budget right now.
Because we have so many people here. Herb?
Yeah, I guess I have a problem trying to carve out one section of the budget and talk about that section of the budget. I think we ought to be finding a time when we've just been presented this, and I think that we ought to have a time to sit down and maybe have a public hearing or something to talk about just the budget, and we can talk about different segments of that budget as we're going through it. Trying to do one small segment tonight, I think is premature, because we haven't had time to even sit there and talk about it. Or digest it.
Yeah, you're correct. But if we, in my opinion, if we have Dave make his presentation, so that just on Commission on Aging, so we have a thumbnail sketch of it, and if there's anybody that's here tonight, that's traveled here to be at the meeting tonight thinking that we were going to do something, if they want to comment, we'll let them have their comment, and then we're going to get back to exactly where you said, at another date. Because we're not going to finalize anything tonight.
But we're not going to discuss anything on the Commission on Aging budget anyway tonight. There's no decision being made.
Right. Well, I think we should have Mr. Benda just present it, being we have that many people in the audience, and
Yeah, and that's part of the motion, so.
yeah, it's been moved and supported to approve the agenda with the change. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Richardson?
Yes.
Max Bauer?
Yes.
Lemko?
No.
Inman?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes.
Gilman?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yep.
Please.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Benda, you're up. If you could give us synopsis on the Commission on Aging budget.
You're putting that in front of the consent calendar, in front of special orders of business, in front of all the other?
Yes.
It's not a lot of verbiage. It's actually a couple short paragraphs in the budget, and it just talks about The Area Agency on Aging appropriation of $7,600, 7603, and $20,000 that was appropriated in the previous year for the Meals on Wheels program, that those were not included in the budget request, as I mentioned earlier, and the Board of Commissioners had agreed to pay that $7,600 out of general fund dollars in 2012. There was, actually, I think Commissioner Maxbauer pointed out to me that they did not inform the Board of Commissioners, but I became aware that they were not going to fund the Meals on Wheels appropriation, at least when I looked at the budget and saw that the $20,000 was going to be zero in 2013. And I had some discussions on that with Georgia, but I don't recall that we talked at the board level about it. So anyway, the budget is balanced using $2 million in tax revenue. They have a .5 mil levy. It generates, the actual amount generated in 2012, this year, is $2,072,685, and the amount used for 2013 is $2,012,412, which is $60,000 less than what we currently have in the coffers for this fiscal year. So I noted that $60,000 could have been used, or could be used, to cover the cost of the Meals on Wheels program and the AAA appropriation if the board so desires. And I also indicated that the changes made to the foot care program this past summer they're going to result in additional savings, but those savings haven't been calculated yet.
Russ?
Well, since I'm responsible for all this, I think I probably should weigh in. I'm the one who discussed this with Administrator Benda and asked him to put it into the budget as an option, because I think the Meals on Wheels program is important enough that it needs to be supported. Quite frankly, at $20,000 a year, the Grand Traverse County is getting off with a bargain. And really, what it is when you read the mission statement of the Commission on Aging, what the Commission on Aging is about, and then you read what Meals on Wheels is doing, you find it appears they are totally in sync. They're the same thing. Meals on Wheels is designed to keep people healthy, to help them live in their homes as long as possible. That's exactly what the Commission on Aging is doing. I'm not trying to embarrass the Commission on Aging board here. That's what they seem to think. The reason you're all here is because I stood up at the City Commission Monday night and said that I was concerned about the $20,000 that was taken out, and I was going to try to put it back in. And I also said at that meeting that I would find the funding for it. Now, Commissioner Maxbauer was at that meeting, and she obviously got on the phone and got everybody all riled up. But I have found the funding. Now, Administrator Benda has said, that he thinks your revenue, your revenue projection is too low. He's using a flat revenue for 2013, and you're using a 3% drop for revenue in 2013. Now, obviously, we don't know which one of those is right, but our entire county budget, all $38 million of it, is going to be based on a flat revenue projection, unless this board, of course, overrules them. So I feel fairly comfortable with that. But I'm not even talking about that. Copper Ridge brownfield was just closed out. This resulted in a little cash bonus for the county. It also resulted in a little cash bonus for the Commission on Aging. So you're going to get a one-time payment, that is, the Commission on Aging is going to get a one-time payment of $27,000. And starting in 2013, you're going to see annual revenue of, right now, $12,700. So there's almost $40,000 right there. On top of that, we approved, and I remember voting for it, a remodeling project for a little more than $11,000 at your offices. It wasn't totally popular. Not everybody on this board voted for it, but I did. Well, as it turns out, you're not even going to pay that out of county funds because you got a grant from the Grand Traverse Band to pay for that, which was great, good for you. But that's another $11,000 that you didn't know you had. So now we're up to like $51,000. So all I am proposing is that you help keep Meals on Wheels healthy, which keeps our seniors healthy, by taking $20,000 and making that, again, making the same appropriation that you've made for many years now, except for last year when you actually appropriated $30,000. And also the $7,500, which is basically dues to the Area Agency on Aging. The $7,500, which enables all that other money to flow to senior programs in Grand Traverse County from the federal and state government. So that's all I'm suggesting. It's not going to hurt your bottom line. It's actually, your bottom line is going to look better when we're done than when we started.
Chris?
Commissioner Richardson, I did not make one single phone call.
Yeah, I bet. No, I'm sorry. You're not part of this discussion, sir. I'm sorry.
I'd like to have
Okay. First of all, the Commission on Aging has never failed to fund Meals on Wheels. Not ever. It is not in the budget for 2013, the proposed budget, because we are unsure of our funding. I would ask this board to trust the Commission on Aging board that if the money is there, they're going to put it back. That's number one. Number two, the Commission on Aging board has, in 2 years in a row, told Meals on Wheels, I apologize for that, that's me, has told Meals on Wheels that 20,000 or 30,000, I'm sure it's a robocall, that $20,000 or $30,000 appropriation was a one-time appropriation. We have historically only appropriated $10,000. They were informed that because we had the money, because we felt we had the money, we were going to be generous. And I'm going to ask this board to trust that Commission on Aging board that if we have the money, we are going to be generous. But we are not going to overspend. This is, and you will pardon me, but I am speaking on behalf of the Commission on Aging board. You're going to have to trust that we are going to guard our tax dollars and not overspend. That doesn't mean we won't appropriate the money. It means we are being careful. We are not going to promise something that we can't keep.
Jason?
And I would also point out that there are no Grand Traverse County residents that are on a waiting list right now. There are no COA clients that are on a waiting list right now. And if you want COA to provide meals to county residents, ask them how best to do it. But to overstep them at this particular point in time, I think is inappropriate, especially based upon their outstanding track record serving the seniors of Grand Traverse County and feeding them as well.
Jason?
We have fiduciary oversight, and I think for the most part, in the spirit that oversight is there, is you guys please don't buy a tour bus, Super Bowl tickets, that kind of stuff. I mean, promise me you don't do that. And as far as I'm concerned, run the business, you're serving the community in the way that you see it fit. I don't know as much about what you serve, frankly, as you do. And I'm going to have to trust you as far as what your judgment is. It's that simple.
Ross?
Yes, there is no waiting list right now, but if you take away this $20,000, there will be one. let me point out, now, Meals on Wheels is actually two programs. There's the actual delivery to seniors in their homes, and then it's what they call the congregate meals, which is basically a meal site. Four of the meal sites in Grand Traverse County are in Grand Traverse County buildings. The senior center on the bay has daily meals, again, funded through the Meals on Wheels program. The Grand Traverse Pavilions has daily meals funded through the Meals on Wheels program. Interlochen Golden Fellowship Hall, which is, the part of the senior center network now, has weekly, 1 day a week, meals on, congregate meals as part of Meals on Wheels. And so does the Rock in Kingsley, has a once a week. Miss Robichuk from the Community Action Agency, who is running senior nutrition there, is being asked by the folks in Interlochen and Kingsley to expand the meals. They said, well, instead of coming 1 day a week, can you come 2 days a week? Oh, and by the way, we're not going to give you, we're going to take all your money away, but we think we should give you more service. I mean, it's not your money, okay? It's not the Commission on Aging's money. It's the taxpayers' money. And the reason the money is there, the reason that people voted for it is for that money to deliver services to seniors. And I don't understand what the problem is. I'm not telling you to stop spending money on anything else. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying this is something I think you should spend money on, and here's how you can do it. Here's the money to spend. You do it, do with the rest of it whatever you will.
Chris?
It is something that we should spend money on if we have it. But at the moment, the Commission on Aging Board is concentrating on respite, homemaker aid, and home chore. We've already cut back on foot care and home chore. What else do you want us to cut? And Commissioner Richardson, that board, in spite of the fact that they knew they were going to have a budget shortfall, stood behind Meals on Wheels. Why won't you trust them in 2013?
Because you already took it out of the budget. Are you increasing any of those programs?
We don't want to make promises we can't keep.
Are you increasing any of those programs you mentioned?
No.
Okay. I haven't suggested you cut anything. So all I'm saying is this board should vote to put $20,000 in. I found the $20,000, so I'm not taking any money.
We'll take it out of the general fund. That's fine.
In fact, we're giving you more money. No, this is money that's going to the COA. You'll have more money left over after
we had over a $300,000 surprise.
Meals on Wheels.
How many $300,000 surprises do you want us to be able to absorb? We took that out of our fund balance,
Well, I think that's
Commissioner
probably
Richardson.
why you have $1.3 million fund balance,
I am
which is a
trying to
50%
preserve
fund balance.
services to seniors, and I will not cut Meals on Wheels. I argued for it in spite of a budget shortfall, and
Did you vote against the
I'm talking about
recommendation?
for 2012. For 2013,
We're not
I
talking
don't
about
want to make a
2012.
promise that I can't keep. We stood and handed a $20,000 check over when we knew we were going to have a budget shortfall. We made a promise. Right now, we don't want to make a promise we can't keep. And I would also add, again, we have traditionally allocated $10,000, not $20,000. It was told as a one-time only because we had the money. We've always done this. You have to tell me why you will not trust this board to do it again if we have the money.
Russ?
Well, we could probably go on all night, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that that this board restore $20,000 in funding from the Commission on Aging budget for Meals on Wheels.
To come from where?
To come from the Commission on Aging millage.
There's support for the motion? I don't see any. Motion dies for lack of support. And Ross, I think it's just a little bit premature because this is the presentation phase, if you will, and I think the Commission on Aging Board's done an excellent job in the past, and I don't know why it would change. But if there are problems down the road, say your projections weren't correct, maybe this board will have to step up and help them.
Yeah, I'd just like to make one clarification, that this is not a donation to the Meals on Wheels. It's an investment. It's an investment in our seniors. And I think that's the thing we have to remember, is that we don't expect Commission on Aging to donate any money to any organization. And I would hope that listening to some of the comments in our discussion here, that the Commission on Aging Board would go back, and if they have an excess budget, would listen to what our concerns are, and you guys make the right decision for an investment for the people of our community.
Larry?
Well, I guess I can understand both perspectives, but on the budgeting side, I mean, if, you know, we've never really hit this target right for the last 4 years. I mean, even when Dennis was here and we thought he was, and Dean, you know, they really worked hard on it, and a budget's a best guess, and sometimes we budgeted 1 or 2% and it was flat, or it was 0, or it was -1 or 2 or whatever. So a budget is a best guess, and if indeed, I guess my feelings out of this conversation right now is that from Commissioner Maxbauer, if she is indeed representing the wish, the communication or direction of the Commission on Aging, is that if they do have a better year than expected in their budget, that they would revisit that item along with other items and make the appropriate decisions. And I guess I would trust them that they would see that if they have continued to fund it in the past, that they would take a hard look at it again.
Any other comments from the board? Are there any comments from the audience regarding Commission on Aging budget presentation? We thank you for attending tonight.
All right, thanks. All right.
Okay, moving right along. Special orders of business, I don't believe we have any. Consent calendar, believe it or not, we don't have a consent calendar on our agenda.
Move to approve.
Support.
So now you got to turn the page, and we're on department action items and equalization, and Bob's here to go over that with us. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you.
If you identify yourself when you get up to the mic, that'd be great. And I see you have a couple of able-bodied assistants.
I would like to introduce them to their board. They're new employees, they're replacements for ones that have been vacant. Jim Baker is the deputy assessor, or deputy equalization director. He was the deputy assessor in Kentwood, Michigan, which is a pretty good size city. How big is Kentwood? About 50,000? Yeah. Big town. He did all the industrial and commercial property while he was there. And in fact, did a complete reappraisal of the industrial commercial. How many parcels? About 2,500. About 2,500. That's a lot of parcels. Prior to that, he was the deputy equalization director in Ionia County. So he's pretty experienced in our business. He's also a level 4. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need you talking.
Welcome. I'm missing my microphone here. And also Catherine Wallace is the new senior appraiser. She's a replacement for Kristen Steger, who left to go to Garfield Township. Catherine was the deputy director of Saginaw County before she got here, and she's very experienced in equalization operations and also doing the assessing in, was it Buena Vista Township? Which is a fairly heavy industrial and commercial township in Saginaw County. So she's also experienced. She's a level 3 and working on her level 4. I'm frankly really grateful to have these people on board. And I thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for making it possible for that to happen, and my administrator and Mr. Bond. This report in front of you would not have happened were it not for these people coming on board, and not just being totally straight up about it. There's a fair amount of work putting this in. It's a fairly simple report. Basically, this is the apportionment report and approval of millage rates for 2012, and this is for all the taxing units in the county: schools, townships, cities, individual taxing authorities, libraries, and DDAs, and all of them. The county board has the responsibility and the authority to determine whether the millage requests that they've made for this year are legal and correct, meeting the Headley Amendment, truth in taxation requirements, millages have been properly approved, they haven't expired, and all those kinds of things. But this is a important duty. It's routine if it goes well, and it almost always does. But once in a while, there's a big mistake occurs. Not in this county, but I know there's one county neighboring here that lost about a quarter of their sheriff's department because they'd approved millage rates that had expired. And I'm not going to name names or embarrass anybody. They did their best, I think. But it was an honest mistake. But it cost them about a quarter of their sheriff's department. It was very sad that it happened. And had they known ahead of time, they could have prevented it, in my opinion. But anyway, that's what we have here. We have received the required L4029 forms. That's the millage rate request from every taxing jurisdiction. It certifies that the requested tax rate is in compliance with Article 9, Section 31 of the Constitution and other tax rate limitations. There's a long list of those. I won't bore you with the details. This includes the Headley Amendment and other statutory and constitutional tax rates. These forms have been reviewed and verified by this office. I recommend approval and adoption of these rates. And that's also a role that's required of the Equalization Department. We are required to receive those reports, make sure that they're making the correct request, they're meeting the statutory and constitutional requirements before they're approved. And the county also signs one of these, which I will be having signed after your approval at the end of this month at the formal board meeting. The board chairman and the clerk has to sign that too. If any changes are allowed by a legislation or election occur after this date, adjustments will be made and this report will be amended. And that does happen. I know we have a pending election in Traverse City Schools. It is possible that there could be some changes. And if there are any changes, of course, we'll bring the report back for amendment. I am required, or we are required by law, to submit this to the State Tax Commission. I think it's the 17th of this month, which is today. We've already submitted it in anticipation of hopeful
Of our approval?
Well, I just don't like to cut it that close. And of course, if anything happens, we could tell them that, but I don't think anything, doesn't look like anything will. Some things that might be helpful to you as commissioners, the individual approved rates that were sent to the state are on this colorful form. I won't bore you with the details. They cover all the taxing jurisdictions. I have to certify that this has been approved, but I can't do it until the formal board meeting. But I did sign it ahead of time anyway, but I have to certify this to the state. But I can't do it unless you find folks approve the report. And then there's the detailed millage rates here. This is a chart in here that might be helpful to you and citizens or business or real estate people. It has all of the tax rates in every city or township laid out. And if somebody wants to know what the tax rate in Green Lake Township and the Buckley School District, you can go right over here and look at it. And the last two columns are the total PRE. That's the rate with a homestead exemption. The non-PRE is the rate without a homestead exemption. That's the 18 school operating mills that the homesteads are exempt from. But this can be quite helpful. It really summarizes it on one piece of paper. If somebody wants to know what the actual tax rate is for a given year, it's there. There's a couple examples there of just how a millage is calculated, and it's just helpful to see it. Some folks like to know if my home's worth $100,000, what would my tax bill be? And this is a very simple way to explain what 1 mil really means. 1 mil is actually a decimal of .001, but this is a nice, easy way to explain it. And that pretty much covers it. There is a organization chart that shows where the county board fits in, and the state tax commission and all the other agencies, the tax tribunal fit into the organizational structure of the property tax system. And a lot of times people will ask, okay, what's the tax tribunal do, or where are they, or who do they report to? It's all right there. It's a simplified report, and it might help you answer questions. One thing I'd like to also say to the board, I'm requesting your approval of these rates, but if you have any taxpayer or citizen has a question about property taxes or the tax system, if you wish, I will answer them at your request and encourage them to call me or any of my staff. I know there's a lot of times hard to understand what property taxes are all about. We do our best to give straight-up explanations. Sometimes I start out by telling people, I will give you the right answer to your question. You may not like the answer, but let me assure you it's the right answer. But we like to have you have correct answers and know how things work. And that,
Mr.
sometimes
Chairman?
I tell people that. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Quick question for you, Administrator Benda. To my recollection, the county's apportionment report does not require a public hearing. It just needs a presentation by the Board of Commissioners and the approval of the document.
That's right.
All right, and in these, there are cases, Bob, that because of timing is the essence in terms of deadlines and state deadlines, as things slowly creep into the county and then they mandate that we get it done the next day or whatever.
Oh, hey.
Those things occur, especially with grants and these kinds of things that Bob Cooney, our attorney, has determined that we can, as a committee of the whole, make a motion as a full board and ratify action today or tonight without taking it to the full board next week. So if you feel that is the case, in terms of getting it done, then I would make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we ratify his signature and approve the 2012 apportionment report as the full Board of Commissioners.
Support. Okay, is there any questions? Everybody understand the motion?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, fine ladies and gentlemen. And
Bob, I do have one question.
Sure.
On the TCAPS millage or any millage, the homeowner, if it's homestead, pays 6 mills, correct?
31st, I'm sorry.
6 mills, there's a 6 mil state education tax.
Yeah, 'cause
Right.
we miss a week.
And we don't have any control over that.
But that applies to a millage also, correct?
It is a village, it's 6 mills.
Okay, and what about a business? That's 18 mills?
Well, you're right, a business would have up to 18 mills, and I think all our school districts are levying 18 operating mills. And the correct name is non-homestead property, but it's business property, you're correct.
Well, and the reason I asked that question, I've noticed in the advertisements and the chamber, talk radio and so forth, they've been using the example that you laid out here, $100,000, if your home's worth $100,000, this is the amount of taxes it's going to be. But they're not discussing what the non-homestead tax, which technically is going to be triple of if it's the same 100,000, correct?
The 18 mills typically is about 48% of the tax levy, depending on the rates in the local unit. It's just about half the tax levy constitutes the 18 mills and the 6 mills, pardon me. The 18 plus the 6. And one thing you might want to know when you're talking about business property, industrial personal property is exempt from the 18 mills and the 6 mills. Commercial personal property is exempt for 12 of the 18. So there's, I didn't want to complicate that, the report with that, but those do really make a big difference. We don't have a lot of industrial, but we do have quite a bit of commercial and personal property in the county.
So does that include rental properties, the 18 mills?
Yes, it would.
Non-homestead.
Yeah, you have to, yeah, that's a non-homestead.
So if somebody's renting a home,
Their rent's going to go up.
their rent's going to go up triple what they're actually talking about for the homeowner.
Well, I don't know.
If the landlord passes on the
I can
increase.
tell you one thing, they have to pay the 18 mills if it's rental property. And
So the people that are renting, which are usually the lowest incomes, are going to get hit the hardest if that was passed on.
And of course, you know landlords will if they can. I mean, that's normal business, that's what happens, but
We gotta
rental
make ends
property,
meet.
rental property pays the full homestead, or non-homestead tax rate. Yes, it does.
Okay, well, thank you, Bob.
Bob, you want these back?
Well, if you've got extras that you don't
There
need,
you go.
we get requests for them.
I've got it
We'll
memorized.
gather them later.
You got it memorized.
Think it's
All right,
written down.
he's ahead of me, you got it memorized.
Do you give these to each of the townships?
Yes, I do give them to each of the townships.
Okay, because I was going to give my copy, I always give my copy of the Garfield Township, so
Well, if you're,
I'd be glad to do that.
that would be good.
And then inside mine was somebody's personal notes.
What do you got?
That's your grocery list from last night.
Oh, yeah.
I might have lost that someplace.
Cheat sheet when I tell
Send that in with the original copy, would you?
you. I know.
I would be glad to give this to Garfield Township.
Well, Larry, if you move into your store, you get a homestead exemption.
Thank you, Bob.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And for the new employees, I
Welcome.
would keep your eyes open. He's a hard guy to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, next item on the agenda is finance.
I'll be brief because we have more important things to follow, but I have the general fund trial balance through September 30th. And just briefly, our cash positions are significantly better than they were a month ago because of the property taxes that we're collecting. So you'll see positive cash balances and a revenue total that's greater than the expenditure total. And that's the first time that we've had that situation this year because of the tax revenue coming in. On the next page, page 11, the far right column, not to cause too much alarm, but those are comparisons this year with last year at the same point in time. They're not budget variances, they are simply comparing year-to-date revenue totals with the prior year. At this point in time, everything is in line with what we've budgeted. And our tax tribunal adjustments are significantly lower than they were a year ago, so that's a good thing. On the expenditure side, again, the variances in the far right column are not budget variances, they're simply a comparison with the prior year, year-to-date totals. And the note down below, the significant reduction is in personnel. Facilities is primarily the custodial staff. Equalization and the treasurer's differences, a good share, part of that is not because we have a significant reduction in staff, but because of the defined benefit retirement costs that were associated with those costs. But these are still all in line with what we've budgeted for 2012. So other than that, unless there are any questions, we can move on.
Any questions of Dina on that portion? Move along.
I need approval on the budget adjustments that are presented. I do want to add, David mentioned that at the committee last week, there were a couple of budget amendments that were requested. I did not have a chance to prepare those. I will include those at for the board meeting because one of the adjustments does affect our fund balance, and we will have that or need that to be made before we approve a budget for 2013. So you will have those in your board packet.
Move for approval on the budget adjustments as presented.
Support. Is there any discussion? Jason?
It's probably moot to oppose the adjustments completely. I still oppose the use of the health department overcharges for vehicles in that department, but I will vote for it as a package.
Any other question or discussion? Everybody understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's unanimous. Thank you, Dean. Next item on the agenda is planning and development. Number 1, the EDC, shoreline. Good evening, Jean.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jean Dorenzi with the Grand Traverse County Planning and Development Department. The first item is shoreline fruit for a Renaissance Zone designation. You will recall in 2011, we awarded a Renaissance Zone, and the state approved that for shoreline fruit based on a new contract that they received for dry cherries. That helped not only shoreline, but the area fruit growers as well. After that designation, there was several economic impacts that caused them to relook at their investment and they were not able to make that investment. Several of those factors are outlined in your packet, 2 of which is the low cherry crop in 2011 and the disastrous cherry crop in 2012, and the increased cost in their original investment going from $7.2 to over $10.5 million. So Shoreline took a step back and looked at a phased approach on how they would do their investment and also increase their other commodities. And they were successful in increasing their blueberry commodities and were able to increase their staff as well. But now they're looking at putting in their phased approach that would be outside of the Renaissance Zone. So after talking with the Department of Agriculture, Shoreline, they needed to abolish the original Renaissance Zone and designate a new Renaissance Zone to be able to take advantage of the Renaissance Zone designation and be able to have the financial incentive to get that financial backing. The Acme Township approved this at their October board meeting. The Economic Development Corporation approved this at their meeting last Thursday, and we're recommending this as well to increase their product and to be able to recognize Shoreline Fruit's investment. I put together in your packet on pages 33 and 34 the analysis between the original request and the new request. The original had $1,618,465 abatement over a 15-year period. This new request is $1,865,037, which is a difference of $246,572. Yes.
Basically, what it's going to account, it's going to amount to a $16,400 a year increase in the abatement. Now, that's a total tax abatement. That's to all taxing bodies, right? I mean, that's not a loss to the county. So it's aggregated out to the different taxing
jurisdictions.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Except they do continue to pay any special assessments in the township administrative fee.
I'd like to make a note to the other commissioners that when one of the trust is earned, and last year when we originally approved this Renaissance Zone, one of the things that I noted, and I remember these things, okay, is that the applicant actually made a point to exclude a part of his property because part of that operation was actually then in competition at the time with another organization locally. Now, that says a lot about the character, of somebody who's willing to not, just literally was cutting a line through part of a building that was going to create other products that were in competition locally here, and he wasn't taking advantage of and wasn't trying to use our tax dollars to compete with another local producer. I appreciate that. That's really important. And, as you know, I mean, I have a little bit of a hesitation on a lot of the tax abatement, the Renaissance Zone things, but this is something that I personally support this because I think in the end this is definitely a winner fiscally for the county and for the taxing jurisdictions ultimately anyhow.
You making that motion?
I'll make that a motion.
I'll support it.
Is there any discussion or other questions for Gene regarding this? Larry?
Just to, so clarification, the motion is the recommendation on page 21 on the bottom. Okay. Yeah, we had there was a presentation by the owner of the company at Acme Township, which received a favorable response. And basically, you know, the guy was straight right up. He's a good businessman, and he just indicated, you know, the disaster with the cherry crop this year and what was anticipated versus what they had gotten. He definitely has to change his business plan, and in order to do that, he thought he could amend the Renaissance Zone original application, and the state basically said, no, you have to revoke the one you have and then reinstitute a new one to accommodate your new business plan. So I think it's just a minor issue, and Acme Township is certainly in support of it. So.
I do also want to acknowledge that Ken Swanson, who is the CEO of Shoreline Fruit, is here today and can
right
be
there.
able to answer.
I tried to repeat what you said. Okay.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is Traverse City Place amend Brownfield plan.
Yes. This amendment is before you today to request a public hearing at your meeting on October 31st, as outlined in my memorandum provided in your packet on pages 35 and 37. This amended plan was recommended by the Brownfield Authority at their meeting on September 28th and concurred with by the City Commission on October 15th. The amendment is required basically because of the Hotel Indigo's environmental assessment has identified that there's over $708,000 additional environmental activities associated with this redevelopment. The amendment is also asking for 2 additional parcels to be added, the JS Hamburger building and the parking lot. This was requested by the DDA for their public infrastructure for the bridge that will be going across the Boardman River from Front to Garland Street to connect the Front and Garland parcels. So the total parcels that would be in the Traverse City Place would go from 21 to 23. The eligible activities would go up to $16,544,143. And again, this is for all of the 23 parcels. The end date of the Brownfield plan remains unchanged. It would end in 2032. The Brownfield Authority is recommending the approval of this plan based on the positive environmental health benefits that will be recognized by this redevelopment and the community impact and economic impact this will be received.
Jason?
One of my concerns with the Brownfield type projects is that, I mean, I have no problem if we are remediating a real disaster, if there's a hazard, if we've got, for example, a traveling plume, what have you. What is currently the status of these properties right now? I mean, what is the condition? Is there any information that you have that can assure us that there is an absolute need for the Brownfield project to be done here?
It's an absolute requirement to be able to remediate the site because of the soil conditions that are there. They will be doing underground parking because of the tight footprint that they have, and they have to accommodate the parking based on the city's requirements as well. There'll be 80 underground parking spaces, and the soil that's there must be removed on that. And there's a substantial groundwater problem based on off-site sources that we have identified. We've identified that there's off-site sources, but we can't identify where those are coming from. That will be the Brownfield Authority's responsibility to find where that source is coming from to be able to clean. But the Hotel Indigo, those costs that are in there, they have to be able to do that to make that building go.
And I note on the site, there was, I was trying to get some information earlier on this. There was, basically, this is nearly a Superfund site, isn't it? I mean, isn't that about the status of it, or?
It's not a EPA has not identified that as a Superfund site, but there's substantial contamination, groundwater contamination as well on that site.
Is the groundwater a threat to the community now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? Is it traveling? Is it entering our water right now?
DEQ has monitoring wells off-site that they are monitoring. They are indicating that it's not getting to it is not entering the bay at this time.
Chris?
I would move that a public hearing be held seeking public comment on the components of the Brownfield Plan Amendment and recommend approval of resolution approving Traverse City Place Brownfield Plan Amendment.
Second.
Been moved and supported. Rob?
Gene, just a quick question. The Hotel Indigo, currently, I know things change, but when is it planned to be completed?
They're hoping to have a soft opening in January of 2014.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Gene? Herb?
Gene, has the other funding come through for this project?
The other funding that you're talking about would be the EPA funding, and that is being concurrently, you'll have a public hearing at your county board meeting. We had our first public input session today at the Inside Out Gallery, and we've had the site eligibility. From EPA, we've received approval of our community input plan and our alternative brownfield plan as well. So EPA is on board with this. We just need to go through the process of being able to release those funds.
It was interesting because I had a real question about whether or not digging down there below the water table was going to be a viable option. And at the MAC conference, they had a presentation from, was it Kalamazoo? That they had a facility like this that they've done, and that was like 15 years ago, and with the same type of a project, and it's still holding up and still doing exactly what they planned and how they had designed it. So, and I'd asked Gene if part of the public hearing process that they might bring that particular project here to show everybody, anybody that has any doubts like I did, because I was involved with the Cherry Festival when they took and had to raise the floor 1.5 feet in their building across the street for the old way station. And I know our water tables today are down, but they're going to come back. And so I just would like to say that this is not a first for this type of a project, that it has been done, and it was done a number of years ago, and it is showing still positive that it's being able to be done properly.
And you'll have that presentation at your meeting on the 31st.
Thank you.
If it'd be possible, for the hearing, could we have a little more information on what's actually in the ground? I mean, what we're facing, what we're looking at?
That will be part of the presentation on the 31st. It's part of the alternative, so you'll have the feasibility on how we're cleaning this up and how we're remediating it, and some alternatives and why we have chosen this alternative to clean it up. But a complete presentation will be there on the 31st.
Mostly hamburger grease from J&S.
I don't think so.
Okay, everybody understand the motion?
That's a 4-hour presentation, right?
3.5.
Oh, boy.
Everybody understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Next, Mr. Benda, you're up.
Let's talk a little bit about the budget. You have the copies of the budget in front of you. There are line item budgets available for those of you who need them. They're heavy. They're about that thick. The general fund budget is balanced at $37,774,239, which is about a 1.4% increase over the current 2012 budget. We also have, as you know, 1.5% wage increases in for just about every employee except for elected officials and commissioners. It's balanced with about $80,000 or $800,000 in one-time revenue, and the big ones are $266,000 from the Copper Ridge Brownfield, and we'll get about $127,000 a year in ongoing new tax revenue from that, so that's nice, because that brownfield was terminated. And we're going to see, we've gotten $566,000 from the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority, which is a member-owned property and liability carrier for us, and it's called a redistribution of assets, and really all it is excess investment earnings, and unlike a normal insurance company, they just don't pocket the good time money. They actually decide they have too much money sitting in their coffers, and they redistribute it back to their members on a pro rata basis. So that's where that $566,000 came from. One-time revenue is one of those things that you can't count on in the following year. We might see some other one-time revenue next year. For example, we are looking to sell the health department building on Lafreniere, and that could bring up to $719,000, or it could sit vacant all year. We just don't know. We could get another redistribution of assets from the Risk Management Authority. And any number of other things could happen, but you can't count on those things. So we consider, when we balance our budget using one-time revenues, we call it a structural deficit, because it's the ongoing revenues and the ongoing expenses are not meeting each other. I said in a couple different places, I gave you an addendum letter in addition to the budget message letter that talks about the use of fund $625,000 in fund balance, and it's hard to get this concept across, but I've been doing all my career in county government, and that is you budget for full employment and you anticipate a savings from that, and because you budget that full employment throughout the year and it's not going to happen, you're going to save some money as a result of that. The offset can be calculated just by year after year looking at those differences. And in Midland County for the last 10 years I used between $650,000 and $750,000 to balance the budget with a use of fund balance, and we usually always broke even. Came really close to, within $100,000 of being flush when you exclude all these one-time things. And, we ended up in really good financial condition. I did the same thing in Clinton County when I was there. It's just, if you don't do it, you end up with a big surplus at the end of the year. You cut positions, and then at the end of the year you go, oh, look how much extra money we have. And you really don't want to do that. You really want to keep your services going to the extent that you can. You want to be prudent with it. But it really doesn't add to your structural deficit. All it does is you could budget for 95% employment and no fund balance, or you could budget full employment and use some fund balance and offset it. So that's how it works. The structural deficit comes from the one-time revenues and from a backlog of capital improvements that are coming to roost right now. I mean, we're going to have to do the roof on this building. We got to do the chiller on this building. Those are big ticket items. I've talked to the city manager about those already and let him know that they're coming so that next year he can make sure he includes it in his budget that begins in July. So at any rate, looking at the total picture of the county, it's really not in that bad a shape. I would say our structural deficit, including backlogs of capital, is slightly over $1 million a year. And that means that we're going to have to take a look at that in the next year and do some really serious strategic planning about that. And the time is ripe for it. To talk about a little bit about, just to finish up the revenue side, we're levying 4.9838 mills, which is exactly what we've been levying for years. It's our Headley rolled back general fund millage rate that's afforded to us. And the senior center's millage is at 0.1 mil, the senior citizens millage is at 0.5 mils, and the pavilion's millage is 0.6595 mils, which, and I just looked at this, is less than what they actually are authorized to levy. We don't in this budget, we don't assume any increase in tax collections, although we're getting very good signs in the economy. We've got building permits up. I've talked with our equalization director about, what it's starting to look like. Anecdotally, it's starting to look like we might see some increase in our taxable values. But I'm recommending that we hold it flat, and that if it turns out in July or June, after the May equalization report comes out, that we decide we have some money to spend, that it should be spent on capital improvements rather than ongoing operational costs that will help reduce your structural deficit in the long run. Or, you can just reduce your fund balance with it. You can do anything with it, really. But it's a conservative way of budgeting, and ever since the tax shift took place to move us to July tax collections, in Midland County, when that happened, I was a part of all that with the governor's office, and I determined that we really needed to we needed to go with what we knew and not make a guess about what it might be in the future, because, the things started to change. And it turned out to be a wise decision, because you can over budget really easily by projecting what might go on, and then you get a big tax appeal, and then you're in trouble. So, at any rate, I think the tax revenue is a conservative estimate, and it's a good one to use for this year. On the expenditure side, I just mentioned that wages are budgeted at 1.5% for non-represented employees, excluding elected officials and commissioners. Health insurance was budgeted for a 10% increase. When we met with our agent, it's coming in at about 9.5. That's their estimate right now. But we don't have enough, really. It's our first year of being partially self-insured, and we just don't know how it's going to turn out until it turns out. So we think we've got enough money in the health budget, and we're probably pretty good there. We haven't received our defined benefit actuarial report from MERS yet, and that's a cause for concern for us, because it's an important number. It could be a big number. At any rate, the supplementary information I sent to you included a proposed General Appropriations Act, and I'd like to go over a couple of those. If you've got that and you can pull it out, it's quite a bit different than the one you had in the past. It's got some things that I want to make sure that I point out to you. I don't want anybody to think I'm slipping something by you, because there's some pretty interesting changes on there. Now all I have to do is find it. Yeah. Here it is.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Thank you.
What page is this on, Dave?
Third page.
It's a 4-page document. It's entitled 2013 General Appropriations Resolution. It was attached
It's the third page.
to the letter that I sent. You didn't get this?
It's on our desks tonight.
You take as amended comments on the third
It's in
page.
this packet of the letter.
Hang on a minute.
Nope, nothing there.
To your right, to your right. There you go.
Go back a little ways, and go back a couple pages, and you'll see it.
Paper.
Lots of paper. At any rate, some of it is very much the same. I want to skip over to page 2, and you'll see the millages are included on here. This allows the budget, the General Appropriations Resolution, to include those, and you can make those a part of your public hearing, which will take place on the 31st before you adopt your budget, if you adopt your budget that night. The next paragraph talks about, this is the authority for everyone to spend, the General Appropriations Resolution, and it sets forth the conditions under which the spending can occur. So you use this to tie things up in your budget, to make sure your policies are followed, to make sure your staffing plan isn't changed unintentionally. I mean, it puts it all in black and white and says this is all attached to this, and this is what it's going to be. And this one says, your procurement policy, your budget resolutions that you passed in 1980 and 1993, your personnel policies and any other policies that you adopted that pertain to this are all these budgeted funds are contingent upon you, the departments and people who have authority to spend, following those policies. And then the next several paragraphs that fall into the next page have to do with staffing, the staffing plan, which I attached, and I need to give you one more, on the staffing plan, there's one amendment that I need to give you on the first page of that. I don't want to forget to do that.
That's right, number 6.
Because that's the in stone, what your staffing plan is, and this makes it the legal document that they can't go outside of, that no departments can go outside of. The bottom of the third, near the bottom of the third page, some of those things are repeated from previous years. It includes the 1.5% wage increase, talks about our liquor tax and our cigarette tax. Then it has a bunch of information that was in yours because you happen to be the county that was the leader in the class action suit regarding the state of Michigan and court funding. And so there are a number of paragraphs that I think are very particular to your county. And then about halfway down page 4, resolve number 17, that authorizes the controller to make, or the administrator controller to make quarterly distributions of appropriations and accelerate that for cash flow reasons if necessary. So that says that if we're going to appropriate $20,000 for the Meals on Wheels, we would do it in $5,000 increments every quarter, not send a $20,000 check in January. Okay, that's what that's for. And we can change that for each, as needs change, but that's the general rule. And it's, number 19 says that any reductions in outside sources of revenue will cause a reduction in staff if they're supported by outside sources of revenue. It's an automatic. It doesn't have to come back to the Board of Commissioners and say we lost the funding, so we got to wait a month to get rid of, lay somebody off. It says as soon as we know this occurs, and we can get started on the process of removing those people and getting the layoff notice out and all that. And the last one talks about making a $50,000 transfer to any fund at year end to eliminate deficit fund balances in various funds. What that allows us to do is if, say the child care fund comes in and we've got, a family that went in, to care in late in November or something like that, and 5 kids went in, and all of a sudden we get a bill that knocks the child care fund $50,000 out of whack, we can make that transfer and then report back, according to this resolution, we report back at the first regularly scheduled Ways and Means Committee and tell you what we did, so that at the end, because on December 31st, if that budget is in deficit, that fund is in deficit, Dean's got to file a deficit elimination report. It has an effect on our bond rating and all that. This is one of the things that our auditors, way back when, told us, you need something like that in order to avoid these things, so you can cover all your deficits before because you're not going to know. You're not going to know when you find out at the last, day of the year that it's going to be a deficit. You haven't got time for a board meeting, so you've got to do it and then report to the board to cover it, because you're going to cover it anyway, so you might as well authorize it. So I wanted you to know that that's in the resolution.
And then, Dave, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask the chairman or the administrator a question. Just to let the board know, I did meet with the administrator and gave him kind of a reminder of how we've been proceeding over a number of years during the shortfall of revenue, and that we've been finding, sources of one-time revenue to come in and hope things occur better in the next year. And several commissioners on an ongoing basis have indicated, we really need to prioritize the budget, and maybe we'd looked at one time at budgeting for outcomes, and that didn't come to forte. And then the county administrator ended up resigning and going to a new position, and the board kind of withheld its budget discussions and strategy until the new administrator was on board. So I just want to give him a little history that, as we move into the 2013 budget, I think the board wants to be reassured that that we're not going to continue to move forward with stopgaps on finding different pockets to fill when we have just a straight structural problem. We need something better than a one-time annual gap to fill. And so we had a conversation about it, really a healthy, good financial conversation about it. And Dave came up with what I thought was a good way, a smart way, and a strategic way that this board can get into those discussions in a fairly quick manner, or it would be the following board, because we got Thanksgiving and Christmas, whatever, coming up, but the new board or whatever, or we can start now and try to plug some of those discussions in, what would be the pleasure of the board. But we need to get into, I asked Dave, could you put down what you think would be your recommended strategy to the board of how to address the process that the board and you would like to go through to address those issues? So, when we get into 04, if we get into 013, we can make some adjustments. If we get into 014, we have the adjustments already conceded, and we have a consensus how to correct our structural situation if we continue to have flat revenues for a number of years. So Dave, if you could just touch on that for me.
Sure.
With the board.
Yes.
So they understand where you're coming from, and they have a comfort level as to maybe the recommended process that you'd like to see us go through.
Well, yeah, in the letter that I sent you, the second letter that I sent you, I pretty much outlined, and I think it's fairly clear, I hope it's clear. But I'm, right now, as of tomorrow morning, you're going to be seeing in your inbox a two-page summary, executive summary of what our employee survey SWOT analysis looked like. I'm going to be forwarding that to our departments with some specific instructions and some templates for them to follow to do their own internal strategic plans with their employees. There will be directions for them to meet with their employees, or at least engage their employees on what their visions are, and what their missions are, and what they see coming up, what are their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. They're going to put that all together into a work plan for you. And I expect that the new board will be taking that up in January and working pretty much the first 3 to 4 months on nothing but going over departmental plans with the departments, having basically budget hearings for the coming couple years or 3 years. It's a longer process, but it's also the comprehensive process that needs to be followed. I can't walk in here as a new administrator and say, you ought to do this, you ought to do that. You guys are the ones that have set this budget that I inherited into place, and far be it from me to impose radical change on it without going through that discussion with you. I can't do that. I mean, we've got to get through this, got to balance the budget and move to the next stop, so that I can hear all that from you on what you think is important, what you want to fund and what you don't want to fund. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence, but I need the real deal. And that's where I think we're going. And at the end of that, we also, in the middle of that, we also have to talk about labor negotiations. Now, 70% plus of your costs are labor costs. Mm-hmm. That's going to be a big discussion that's got to take place in the middle of all that. And at the end of when you get done with this and get done reviewing all these work plans and get done with the payroll, get the negotiation strategy, you're going to see where your financial stability is going to occur. You're going to figure out how to fix your $1 million shortfall. And it's going to be a part of a comprehensive view, not just let's hack away at one piece or another. And I think you want that, and I want that, and I think our public wants that.
Chris and then Jason.
A couple of questions. You mentioned the MERS number we don't have.
Right.
When do we expect that we might have it?
It's supposed to be here and around in August. That's normally when it's supposed to arrive.
So it's extremely tardy.
It's tardy.
Okay.
If I could add, though, we're frozen. Our 2011, 12, and 13 contributions are frozen, so it will not impact the 2013 budget.
I understand that, but eventually we're going to have to pay.
Correct.
And
we are currently paying.
Yes, I know, but we've been frozen for 3 years. I think we're the only county in Michigan that has been frozen for 3 years. And it would be interesting to know what other counties have experienced in the last 3 years, so that we know what's ahead. That's one thought. The other thought, and this is for a board discussion, we have not only frozen elected officials' salaries, we've actually reduced them. We discontinued car allowances. And we are, we have contracts that we have to honor. And I certainly, as a board member, intend to honor them. But I do think we need to set the tone, and I think we already have with elected officials. But I think we need to think about freezing department head salaries for next year as we move forward. It's just a thought, and I don't want to discuss it right now, unless, of course, everyone else does, but I'm just tossing it out there. We've set the tone with elected officials, we've set the tone with ourselves. 70% plus our wages and benefits. And as I read the administrator's scenario here, our health care costs are going at 3 times the rate of inflation. So and if you don't like the idea, fine, but I'm just tossing it out.
Well, while the department head suggestion, and I think there is a little bit of mix, we're going to have a little discussion. A couple things, I guess. First, I definitely want a book. I want to see some line items also. There was also another thing I requested, which I have yet to receive, which was I'd like a copy of the priority matrix from each of the commissioners. I wanted to go through that a little bit.
Okay.
As far as the leadership positions, it may be a drop in the bucket from a real number of department head positions that would actually not get the 1.5% increase, which is you're suggesting across the board. But as we go into the next year following, because obviously we're starting to line up all the contracts at the same time, that does set an example. Now, if we have another hard year, and if we go the 3% under versus the flat, we're in trouble. And we're going to have somewhere to start, and we're not going to be able to go to the folks who are grinding it out and say, well, we gave your boss a raise, and we're going to ask you to sacrifice. We may all have to sacrifice a little bit more by the time it's said and done. So as far as the car allowance thing too, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
They can still, if they have official business, we pay mileage.
Absolutely.
We had that argument, we went over that argument. But ultimately, I'd like to get a budget book, and then when we, I like the style otherwise. I like the summaries, I like the way that you've laid it out, and even in the resolution, though, I think the last of the year thing, to the next Ways and Means thing, an email, let us know, or at least the chairman, or a couple of us know what's going on, because then there is a sense of obviously other situations going on in the county.
Mm-hmm. Rob, and then Herb.
Dave, you said you're recommending 1.5% increase for all employees, correct?
All non-represented employees, because
Okay.
your
Non-represented.
Your represented employees are they're done until the end of 2013, and they all contain 1.5% wage increases already. I've included 1.5% for the non-represented employees, with the exception of elected officials and commissioners, which normally are taken up separately by the commissioners.
Okay. One other thing, while I have the floor, is when Dean was our interim administrator, there was an issue that came up that was voted to be put off until this process took place. And I think it was just before you started. And that was the policy to be developed of a technology reimbursement for commissioners who don't take paper packets. That was to be, the idea was up to the cost of what it costs us to produce the packets. If a commissioner would set the example and use something more efficient, such as an iPad, laptop, they could get reimbursed for the cost of that item up to what it would cost the county anyways. So that was supposed to happen, and it's already been moved, that it's supposed to happen during this process. So just a reminder.
Okay.
Herb?
Dave, I appreciate this, and this form seems to be rather new in comparison to what we've ever done before in the past. Is this something that's been neglected in the past, or is this something that the government has come along and said, this is what you got to do in order to get your funding process going through it, or is this something you're bringing into the board that helps you to get your job done better?
Well, some of it's legal. The General Appropriations Resolution has the paragraphs in it tie these schedules and everything together, so that and it ties them to your policies, so that your policies are a restriction on any spending of these funds. So that if, for example, independently elected officials or judges want to do something different than that, they still have to follow your policies because you put it in a legal document.
I really
That's why
like
it's
it.
there.
It lays it out really well. The other question I had is that when you make appropriations, or we've decided that we approve appropriations, like committee mental health appropriation, we seem to get it on a quarterly basis that we have to approve it as a budget estimate. Does this give you the option, the opportunity that you can go ahead and just pay those without coming back to the board for approval each quarterly?
Yeah, I wasn't aware that you were doing that, but it does do that. It allows, it authorizes
That's what I'm thinking.
It authorizes a quarterly
Because once
appropriation
we approve it-
and nothing more than that.
Right.
And we can amend any of the other ones if somebody comes in and says, I need, the money up
But
front
once we
because
approve it in the budget,
I do all my work
then-
and, when it's snowing out or something, then
so because in the past, we've made approval of appropriations on a quarterly basis to some of these organizations, and we haven't done this in the last year, but we've done that previous, I think. And so I think it's great that once we do the budget, then it shouldn't have to keep coming back to the commission unless we want to make a change in that because of revenue not being projected or whatever. So I really appreciate that and as to what's being done here. Thank you.
Larry?
Dave, I just want to let you know, I appreciate the time and effort and your expertise that you've brought to this commission on this budget in a relatively short period of time. And that you understand that the board's, I guess, feeling that, we cannot continue to do business as we have. And it's, we've done 3 or 4 years, I don't know, maybe even up to 5 of short-term gaps, but we have reduced staff along the way. We continue to do reductions in FTEs, but we've done these one-time gaps and mixed them together, and hoping that things will settle down, and, we are hopeful for next year and find out that, the tax tribunal's hitting us between the teeth, and values aren't going and homes aren't selling and those kinds of things. So my comfort level is that, we're finally going to have a process to address how the board wants to engage this shortfall and maybe future shortfalls in the budget if necessary, and that we have a process and engagement of how we want to go about doing that as a consensus, rather than relying on going out and finding these one-term fixes, because these one-term fixes we might have to throw into the capital improvement fund because, we can't defer maintenance forever, as you say.
Right.
But I'm pleased with it. I do have 2 questions. One is, when I looked at the line item for accounting fees, did you check with Dean on that? Because that was a $10,000 reduction. You had 44, and then you plugged in 33.
We bid out the audit services, and that line item is correct.
Wow, so we got a bonus on that. Okay, good. And the other one was, and I don't know if you know this, Dave, the Board of Commissioners, we've held the line on our compensation, which as we periodically do every couple years or whatever. We're right probably in the middle in terms of commissioner compensation, and we froze our compensation in 2001. And several years ago, we lowered our overall compensation with benefits. So I think, we've continued to move forward in that fashion to show that, we're part of this reduction thing. And so I'm comfortable where the commission's compensation's at this point. But the one issue I have is if you're a department head and then you're an elected official, all right? So, I guess you can make a case that an elected official is nothing more than instead of being appointed by an administrator, they're elected by the general public, but they perform the same duties and responsibilities as a manager. So I guess the parity question, because when the board previously voted in the past to give department heads a raise but freeze elected officials, there was a big rift that came, among the elected officials. They didn't think that was fair because they're a department head, even though they're elected. So we have chosen as an elected body to freeze ours, and we've just agreed to do that. But I don't have the answer for freezing department heads along with elected officials or giving department heads a raise and not elected officials. And I know at some point in time, like you have indicated at a previous meeting, that since we're probably one of the few counties that have continued to give raises after we did the Siegel study, that once we do a review of compensation for all positions, hopefully we're closer than we were before, because we've continued to add to that. But I just want your feeling on elected versus department heads and parity, that kind of thing. I mean, what are your personal feelings on
My
that?
personal feelings is that they work for the county, they work hard for the county. I haven't found one of these elected officials that has abused their office, and, you don't see them in their office. They're actually here every day, and they actually do their work. They're just like other employees. They're just voted in by the people. And I think if you're giving 1.5% raises to, everyone, the problem you run into when you do a reclassification study is that if you keep giving raises to the employees but not their managers, in the case of the elected officials,
You're going to be short on that one side.
You're going to end up way out of whack. You're going to have deputies that are making more than their bosses, so that's not a good thing.
So do you want to change your recommendation in your budget?
If it's the will of the board to add it, it's about, I asked Jen to get the numbers for the elected officials together for me, and it would be $6,332.
Is the difference?
Is the difference. So we can find that money in the budget and bring it back, just in savings from, new elected officials coming in and removing some of the dollars that are already built into the budget.
Okay.
So we can find that money if it's up to the board what they want to do.
Okay. All right.
Chris?
Dave, does that figure include the benefits? I'm going to say, okay, we've got an elected official and they contribute a portion to their retirement. I'm just curious. I know it's a small amount of money.
Additional
Is that
cost.
FICA in it?
I
think so.
For the 1.5%, it would be minimal.
It would be some minimal cost.
Yeah.
It would be so minimal, but
It'd be somewhere.
I was just curious.
Probably about $7,000.
I'm not nitpicking, I
If
was
you had
just
to put
curious.
FICA in and,
Defined contribution cost.
yeah, defined contribution.
That would be my only suggestion in the change of the budget, is to include elected officials as presented.
Jason?
First, two questions, actually. One for you. Now, presumably this budget is you're basing it on flat revenues as far as taxes. I have a question for Bob, if he could step up just for a second.
Sure. Since he has the misfortune of sitting here waiting.
That's what you get for sticking around.
Based on your experience, and obviously, I mean, as time goes on, you get a sense of trends and where values are going. What are you looking at? I mean, what is your best estimate of where we're going to be at as far as our revenues, tax-wise, in the coming year versus?
Am I talking to you fine folks, or am I talking to a newspaper?
You're always talking to the newspaper about it.
I know, we're always talking to a newspaper. My best estimate, and it's an estimate, we are not finalized with our studies for this year, but we're getting close. I think the residential is going to be relatively flat. We might see one or two increases, but it'll be a quarter of a point. And we might see some reductions, and that could be, maybe a point. Now, residential is 68% of your base. Commercial is probably pretty flat. Industrial is going to see a decline this year, I think. It's a very small part of the base, but it is part of the base. Sometimes it's not fully realized, but in the industrial class, sometimes nearly half the tax base is in personal property. It's almost equal to the real in many cases. So that's another factor. The one thing that I think will result in an increase this year is that the CPI, I am estimating, will be about 2.4. Now that's going to allow the properties that are capped, whose equalized values are less than, or equalized values are more than the assessed. Those will be allowed to raise by the cost of living if there's enough room, and there will be on some of those. So that segment's going to see maybe a 2% increase, just because of the provisions of Proposal A. I mean, that's just It's a mathematical thing. So if the rest of your base is flat, and you get maybe a 2% out of the, uncappings, you might see a slight increase. It won't be very much. I wouldn't take it to the bank, and I could be dead wrong.
See why I don't,
Well,
You're at zero.
Another factor I think that maybe will help is there is a little bit more new construction this year. And I am seeing at the very last few months, in the last few months, probably really won't have a lot of effect until next year. But I am seeing that the real estate market seems to be turning around, not very much, but it's quit declining. And there are some increases coming, and
we are
but I
seeing
think that's more in the future.
building permits go up.
And when you asked me the question, I'm giving you my best shot, and I just absolutely can't predict ahead of time.
Well, I appreciate that. And the reason I ask is because, of course, you know, you're planning a structural deficit, obviously based on the full staffing, which is the biggest part of the budget. But I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, setting up and
Well, I think Mr. Benya gave you
yeah.
gave you the idea earlier on. We talk to each other.
Yeah.
We have to. That's part of the deal of working with our good administrators.
Every time he walks into your
He's not
office, you
telling
have
you
to
that he's
get out
got
a
magic,
box of tissue.
he's got
don't
magic
you?
money coming. He's going to make some magic money appear for us.
Yeah, well. And there are some other things going on out there that might cause increases, but I don't want to get into those.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're not going to see a decline like you've seen in the last years, I can tell you that. And it might be up just a tiny bit. Maybe a percentage point.
Jason, when you're going over your budget book, you get the equalization, and you find the line item that has crystal ball denied. That would help Bob.
Really? Coin for flipping.
Just a process
That's the best I could do.
question. Our next steps, do we set a budget hearing for November?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well, actually, it's set for your board meeting.
For the next board meeting?
Yes.
So
And the budgets
we're-
are available in my office, and for anyone to review, they can come in and take a look, and we'll even make a copy for them of
So if the general
summary
public
budget.
wants to know, or if any department head or anything else, they should get in touch with you now?
Yes.
If they have any concerns or whatever, or get in touch with any one of us to be able to talk about the budget concerns that they might have, because we are going to have a public hearing in 2 weeks, and then we will approve it that night.
Right.
Okay.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
That's good.
I will have a better idea in about 2 months.
Yeah, well.
We don't have that
But you
time.
need to know now.
Yeah.
Our equalization studies have to be submitted to the state by the end of December, but I have to have them prepared before that. And when I see that'll give me an idea. But the one thing that's unpredictable is how the uncapping and the new construction plays in, and what local boards review do, and then there's the tax rate.
Speaking of uncapping, has there been any feedback on the court ruling that affects those family property owners?
Klooster versus Charlevoix.
Yes.
There's been no action on that. There's been talk about legislation. And the legislature could do something with that. My best guess is they're not going to do anything about that. And that's,
Hot potato?
well, it's a hot potato, number one, and there just doesn't seem to be any real direction in that. For them to do anything for the upcoming year, they got to do it by December 31st, and that's not going to happen. You got a lame duck session. That's not the kind of issue that will be taken up. It's not an important enough issue to make the agenda in a short December session, lame duck session. It won't happen this year, I can tell you that.
I can say that as far as in the next 2 weeks, if you have any things that you want us to project out, we're going to get the numbers for the elected officials, the exact number. so that if you want to make a motion or make motions on doing one thing or another with the budget, please contact myself or Dean to get you the numbers that you need to balance the budget out, and we can do some things within reason in the appropriations that we have. You know, I think what we have here is a continuation budget. You're not going to get a lot of grousing from departments because it's pretty much, we told them not to expect much and not to submit much, and they didn't. And there are some things that are outlined in here. Some people asked for some things that, you know, weren't included because they were increases to current services. And we did include, I didn't mention, we did include a couple positions in the health department, .6 FTE nurse and a full-time MSW. For the adolescent health clinic, and the nurse would also assist with the immunizations. And the server administrator in IT we included. And that has strong support throughout the county, so, and I gathered from the meeting that I missed, had strong support from the board.
You were going to add another
That's
person? You said you had another staffing person?
Oh, I did. On the staffing plan, there is one correction, and it's on the first page. And it is for a clinical something or other, help me, Jen? Informatics position. And you approved this position
Earlier in the year.
June?
It was earlier in this year. I don't know exactly when.
And I can't seem to find my staffing plan here, but here it is. And it is on the first page. It's after the... We're in the 105s there. We need a vacant position. It was approved, funding approval was 6/27/2012. It's a 1 FTE. There's a 287 where it says job number. It's a clinical informatics position, and it's grant funded. And that is the only addition to this staffing, and that's your full staffing for 2013.
Chris and then Larry.
Dean, how much time, you know, I asked about other counties' experience with MERS. I don't want to put you on a 2-week task but would there be an easy way for you to call a few counties and see what their experience has been?
As far as increases for the DV plan?
See, I mean, since we've been frozen for 2 years and they have not.
Well, and not to cut Dave off, but one of the things that they were looking at too was they're very much aware of what their members are experiencing in the state with decreased tax revenue, and they were looking at extending the funding of the unfunded, you know, a big component is not the ongoing cost.
Yeah, it's the unfunded liability.
Right, and they were looking at, you know, a longer period of time and giving their members some relief. And I think that's probably why we haven't seen our actuarial valuation, because they had to work with their actuaries. But we'll press them to get some information, and I don't see any reason why we can't have that prior to the board meeting. We should have the information by now, and I just have not pressed them for it.
Okay, thank you.
Larry?
I would like to advocate on behalf of Vice Chairman Felice of the Board of Commissioners, his presentation on animal cruelty and the response time of animal control, and the process, you know, in terms of potentially, you know, setting up a better process through the legal system, that kind of a thing. And then we had directed you and the animal control, and I think the sheriff and the prosecutor, whatever, and advocate groups to sit down and talk a little bit about, is there efficiencies that we can do? Can we not have these officers cleaning, these animal control officers not cleaning the pens and getting out into the field or responding to calls, and find another way to correct, you know, to remove that part of the duties? And I guess the question I've got at you is, you know, with regard to the 2013 recommended budget, I mean, is there something that we're working on, or is there any solutions that you might have in the works that could help that situation?
Yes, and it's a perfect segue into the budget is not, you know,
Perfect, yeah.
It's not cement.
Yes.
You know, you adopt it, it's balanced, and the next day, somebody comes in and says, we're going to propose a contract with the Humane Society, and it's going to do this and that and the other thing, and Larry and I had a meeting this morning about it.
Okay, good.
We're setting up a meeting with all those groups. I needed to talk to Larry first, and that has to do with the abuse and neglect piece of the puzzle, but I'm working with Jerry and Tom Buss on the animal control side of it and the Cherryland Humane Society side of it. So we're getting very close. We're kind of what I call refining the numbers and trying to come to a place where we can come to the board with a proposal.
I'm glad that you're working with that. Okay, good.
Yeah, Dave's actively working on it. And like he said, we met earlier this morning, and I'm satisfied that he's moving along at a prudent pace. I do have a question, though, Dave.
Yes, sir.
In your summary here on registered deeds,
yes.
I also received a letter, and I'm sure all the other commissioners did, but you know, when you have an employee or an elected official that takes the incentive, if you will, to make efficiencies and increase income, I think that perhaps we ought to look at what she's suggesting, because she has, since I've been on the board, I think this would be at least the third time, if I'm not mistaken, she's come, and she historically has been paid lower than some of the other offices. And I think, board members, that we need to really look at that this year. Because if you read her letter, and I know Dave in his synopsis kind of, you know, he presented her side, but he kind of stayed neutral, which I appreciate. I think we need to look at that seriously, and maybe if you guys think about it, we come up with a decision. But, you know, when...
I can have that number ready for you.
Yeah, as an elected official, she could sit there and really just... You know, I can remember a time when you bought property in Grand Traverse County, and you had to wait. I mean, wait for it to get recorded, and it took a long time. Mm-hmm. You buy a hunk of property in Grand Traverse County today, and let me tell you, it's processed, boom.
And you pay the tax the same day.
She's really made some good choices, and it's on her own initiative. You know, Aloya, or I don't think taxpayers were beating her over the head, but I'm sure like the title companies and so forth really appreciate this. And I've had realtors and title people tell me what an improvement since she's been in there that it's done. So I would like the fellow commissioners to think about that for our next meeting, and Dave will come up with the information.
Can I have a response on that?
Sure.
And Jen's here. And I'd like to have Jen available for this remark, I guess. Is that I don't want to get ourselves in a position of just trying to react to one elected official who feels that they are underpaid. I guess I'm of the position is that every elected official, every department head does something different, that just like every other industry that's out there in the business sector, in the private sector, in the public sector. And there are ways of looking at compensation to make sure we're fairly paying not only our staff, but our management and our elected officials. And, you know, we've used in the past, we've looked at counties that are in our size group slightly above and slightly below, survey them, look at it. We always try to be in the middle. I don't want to just randomly, without information, look at one elected official. I think if we're going to do something of that nature, that we should do it for the other than Board of Commissioners, just look at all the elected officials, and then we're going to have to take it in segments and go to department heads and then the staff. But it's got to be an agreed process, and it's got to be fair across the board about how we gauge people's compensation and salary. And I don't want to get in a position of saying that I should be paid the same as other people because I work harder or I make more money for the department, because everybody may be working as hard as she is, but they're not in a revenue generation department. So I'm not offended by what she's saying or what you were saying. I think we just got to be smart when we look at evaluating compensation, not only for elected officials, but for department heads and staff members.
Chris?
Well, I'm a firm believer in rewarding productivity. But at the same time, we set the salaries, and we had 3 people run for treasurer, we had 3 people run for county clerk, we've had 3 people run for sheriff, 2 still are. You know, that's the other side of the coin. But I do think we need to have the discussion during our budget hearings, because I am a believer in rewarding productivity. I understand that not every elected official or every department head is a revenue generator. Certainly not. But I think it's worthy of a discussion.
Jason?
We made the decision to freeze those salaries prior to the primaries. And there were people who decided to run, and there were people who decided not to run. In fact, we had somebody run for the drain commissioner after we, essentially took a hatchet to it. And not at all to dismiss what Peggy's brought to that particular office, but this did not come, this concern did not come immediately before the primaries, or at least at an appropriate time where other people might have been interested in jumping in. Hey, car allowance, that might have been the tipping point to get somebody else involved. And now we're going into she's going to be the Register of Deeds again. And it's a 4-year stint. And, we've made that decision. We froze that. Now, if you guys, next year, whatever you do, you're going to do. But we did make that decision going to the year. And I think that especially when we're talking about structural deficits, even if there's, plans for, it's planned in full staffing, it would be irresponsible, as one of the other commissioners has said, to try to single out, one by one and try to, okay, well, let's see what's fair here and there. I don't think that's a good way to go about it. I think at a time when you're ready to look at all of the elected positions again, prior to, say, the next set of primaries that's going to affect them, that's not a bad way to go, because then they can take a look at it and say, is this for me, based on the revenue that's going to be available, or the pay that's going to be available, and of course the responsibilities along with it. I think this should be a non-starter when it comes to the budget discussions, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really have a problem opening Pandora's box on this one. The sheriff is sitting here in the audience right now, and if he decided to go out and make sure that his budget was $100,000 less because he thought that he might get an extra $10,000 in compensation, he could probably do that. But what would we have a safer community if he decided to do that? So, I really think that trying to pay for how, what you'd said, Chris, as far as, paying for performance, performance-based pay is a whole different process on how you're going to be able to do paying for anybody. And if it's available for an elected representative, it also ought to be available for anybody within the organization. And when you start doing that, when you are studying at a flat budget, now is not the time to be even thinking about doing that. And I just have a problem trying to open that door for any individual. She may very well deserve what she's talking about, but on the same token, we did set the pay. It is there, and we knew that. Everybody knew it went going in. It's just like Bonnie and it's like the sheriff. They're going in. They know what their pay is going to be, and they ran with that, with the idea in it. So I don't think we should do anything.
Ross?
Yeah, I find it interesting, Commissioner Maxbauer, because not too long ago you said, we successfully froze all the elected officials' salaries, and now we should start in on the department heads. And now here one elected official pops up and says, I think I need more money, and you're all ready to give it to her. So, I think we've made our bed. I think we should lie on it.
Chris?
I said in both instances, Commissioner Richardson, that we ought to have the discussion during budget hearings. I did not say that we should freeze department head salaries. I said we should have the discussion.
You were making
and
a
I did
proposal
not,
that we
excuse me,
freeze
Commissioner
them.
Richardson, do I have the floor? And I did not say that we should give elected officials a raise. I asked for numbers, and that's all I've done. Please don't put words in my mouth.
God, there's enough of them there anyway.
Well, you know, I come from a little different school, and I really disagree with the commissioners that said we ought to, in fact, we shouldn't set the salaries. This board should not set the salaries prior to, they ought to maybe set them in December of election years. Why? If a person runs primarily for the dollar amount the salary pays, I don't know why we'd want to elect them. I really don't. Are they qualified? Who knows? But a person that has the incentive to make the county additional funds, even in the department, we'll say the sheriff's department. If Tom, for example, could cut $50,000 out of his budget in savings here and there through efficiencies, yet increase the safety of the public $200,000, the man obviously needs more money. You know, that kind of thinking is what got the country where it is today. It's like Henry Ford in 1913, when wages were 50 cents an hour, said, I want some good people, and I'm willing to pay $5 a day. And let me tell you, Henry Ford literally emptied the South, bringing people up here for $5 a day. And so there is a lot of value to incentive pay. If a person comes to work and he's gonna, and I agree that it shouldn't be only with elected officials or department heads. You know, a lot of the good companies we have in this nation today, if an employee comes up with a money-saving idea, a lot of them get a percentage of it, and some of it. Well, even the guy that just got out of prison, I'm sure most of you heard about it, the IRS paid him $1.2 million in a bonus because he did what? He talked. Sure, he had to go to jail himself. He was in jail for 4 years or 5 years. But let me tell you, at least the IRS is smart enough that they gave him the bonus even though he was a convicted felon. When he got out, he got $1.2 million. And that's our tax dollars. But he saved this country a lot of money, and he pinched, or allowed the IRS to pinch a lot of people. That's all I got to say.
I have a question for Commissioner Thomas. Is that true about Henry Ford?
That's one tonight. We'll start with that. Give that guy another apple.
I don't know about his wages, but his cars were all black.
Yeah. I'd like to just have an opportunity for Jen to respond to individual picks and those kinds of things. I think there's a, you know, in the human resources department today, with all the employment laws and equal opportunity laws and everything else, I mean, I think the employer has to establish a fair way of, you know, originating compensation and across the board, and it can't just single someone out. But, Jen?
Well, to go along with it, we actually have an employee suggestion program. Rob knows about it, and actually, if an employee brings up a suggestion that is worth merit, they can receive compensation for that idea. The ATM that's in front of our building was actually from an employee suggestion. So we have, you know, things like that we could utilize. The problem with incentivizing someone for, if you have an idea right away, embedding it into the salary, that's going to last forever. That salary lasts forever. So you usually give a lump sum compensation for something like that. If someone comes up with a $2,000 cost savings idea, they get 10% of it. So it's not embedded into the salary forever, because then the county's going to be paying, once the salary goes up, you know, it doesn't go back down. So I guess those are my thoughts with that issue directly. Yeah, and then with same thing with the department heads, you guys have brought it up. I don't really have anything to add, but I think Dave brought it up too when you when the non-department heads get an increase and the department heads don't, you're compressing those areas, and that's not very good for morale either. So just something to keep in mind. And then with the Register of Deeds, sorry, I guess I do have another thing. If we could, what I was going to suggest was that we could survey other counties to see what their Register of Deeds are making, and provide that information to you if you'd like it by the next board meeting, since we do have 2 weeks, instead of, I wouldn't know what to recommend for that number. We have never surveyed that. We have not done that. But I also think it's a good idea to look at all of the elected officials, because we haven't done that, as you know, because of the Siegel study. And what are we, I don't know, 6 years? I've been here almost 3 years now, so we're actually probably close to 7.
I think an elected official, and I like your idea, Jen, of the survey. I think an elected official, there's no comparison between an elected official, for example, and an employee, because eventually, if he does the wrong thing, a couple things can happen. He might get defeated next month, or 6 months after he takes office, if he's elected, he could get recalled. That's his livelihood. All elected officials are subject, including us, to those laws. So there's a great deal of difference between elected officials and employees or non-elected officials, in my opinion.
Just one point, Mr. Chairman, that technically we do not set the salary for the full four-year term for these elected positions. We set them for when they get elected for that preceding year. We try to set them in May so everybody knows what the salary is. And I think part of the strategic planning process, obviously the discussion of classifications and compensation comparisons should come up. And in fact, I would advocate that we do that sooner than later, based on resources and the cost. And if we find that department heads and elected officials aren't in the range that they should be in, the Board of Commissioners on an annual basis can adjust elected official salaries up. They just can't lower them.
Correct.
Based on the term of the thing. So I think we just set this stage for part of our strategic planning discussion, and that's just one component of it.
Yes, it is. And there are many things to discuss.
Yep.
Okay, I think we've probably wore that subject out.
We lost our
Mr. Benda,
equalization.
thank you for the
part.
presentation.
Thank you for listening.
And next is unfinished business. I don't believe we have any. New business. Anybody got any new business? Public comment. The only public we have left is the sheriff, and he looks tired. So, Tom, you want to say anything? He's declining. So we'll move along to commissioner committee reports.
The only thing I could say is that I stopped up at Lafreniere last night.
Oh, I was there too.
Briefly.
You what?
Yeah.
You what,
Or
Jason?
not Lafreniere,
The cars.
Garfield.
Garfield.
I knew what you meant.
Veterans Drive.
Veterans Drive.
You went to the wrong meeting.
Yeah. Came around the corner and there were cars backed up to VFW Hall.
Yeah.
And I knew it was going to be busy, but as it got to the entrance, you see the cars going as far the other direction as well, and then into that subdivision. I got out and...
You weren't even getting in the building.
I didn't even get in the building. I got outside. It's like, this is not even going to happen.
Yeah.
Just turned right around. Saved the county board $35 per diem. So
watched the presidential debate.
Well, actually, I went and did the congressional debate.
Oh, that's right. That was on there.
First. So.
Dick?
Anyway, that septic problem is going to be a train wreck. I keep warning people that we don't want to have a lawsuit. Well, those 9 outer townships are all together. Even Grant has put up to $2,000 into a proceeding with a lawsuit, well, even though they don't want to have a lawsuit, but they're all putting into it. So there's going to have to be some kind of a compromise. Don't ask me what. I've suggested Dickie's idea of having a voluntary ticket you can buy, and instead of a special assessment, have a card you can buy or whatever that you turn in when you get pumped, and you get pumped for 6 cents rather than 12. Last night I heard rumor that a couple of people on the BPW think it would be a good idea to raise the price to 18 cents. Well, if they do that, they might as well close it, because nobody would bring it there then. But it's a problem that's, we're probably going to end up in the middle of it.
Dick, I was there last
Yeah.
night on a bicycle so I could find a parking space. Have you suggested to immediately implement a voluntary plan just to see what would happen? I mean, it's going to be a while.
I've been kicking it around with the members individually, because I know what they will say if I bring it up as a group.
Less
We
than a quorum.
we talked about it 3 years ago, which they did. The 3 years ago, they didn't have a crisis. Now they do. And I've been talking it up at the townships, and anybody that'll listen. And I'm trying to get people to come to the public hearing and suggest it.
Well, they were there.
Well,
You got their
yeah,
Yes.
but, and I heard Mr. Fleece tonight said, well, why, my idea of having a special assessment on just those 5 townships might be all right, with a voluntary for the rest of the county. The only thing is, there was as many people there last night from East Bay, Garfield, and Acme, and those townships than there was the other townships. There was a lot of people from
I know,
there.
there
And
were. I was talking to people
I only
in the
saw about
audience.
4 people that were in favor of it, of them going ahead, so.
Speaking of Open Meetings Act, when was that training again?
The what?
November 1st?
Okay, November 1st.
Can you call in the office?
I just forgot to put it down.
Yeah,
Anyway.
November 1st, second. Call Linda tomorrow morning.
All right.
Yeah.
We have
At
problems
9:30,
coming
I
up.
think it is.
Monday, I attended Michigan Northern Counties Association meeting in Grayling, which I try and do every month. But a couple of important things, in my opinion, came up. Senate Bill 1021, they were asking that we call our senators to support the PILT reform legislation. And I think even better than that, probably a resolution from this board and send it to the appropriate people would go a lot further. But I'll give you an example of what the Senate bill contains. Increase the PILT paid by the state from $2 an acre to $4 an acre. That's significant. Require an annual increase of 5% or the rate of inflation on PILT land, whichever is less. Require the state to pay an additional $1 per acre to counties for use in enhanced recreational opportunities, and require that the PILT payments be made in full. And then require the state to make full PILT payments or subject the state to delinquent penalties and interest for delinquent taxes under the General Property Tax Act, which all taxpayers, you don't pay your tax, you get penalized. And the Senate bill is suggesting that, and they're pretty sure it's going to pass.
A good thing.
And then reduce PILT to the local units by 5% per month if they're late submitting their statement of assessment to the county. But there is a good source of revenue that really we'd be realizing that isn't going to cost us anything. We're just bringing some of our tax dollars back into the community. And it's Senate Bill 1021, and I think we should ask administration to come up with resolution.
Sure enough.
Also,
Pilt, by the way, is swamp tax.
yeah, right.
Doesn't affect Ventura County.
Forced.
Also, they asked that we do a resolution supporting Senate Bill 1020,
Any state-owned property.
um,
Oh, yes, it is.
which the county of Oscoda has already done, and I have a copy of it. We could merely rework it, put our names and so forth on it. But what Senate Bill 1020 is allowing in certain areas the use of ORVs on M roads. And for example,
Already on it.
if, in our, I don't, well, it applies in some areas in ours, but they've got situations over in the east side of the state where they got a village, they can't get to the motel, they can't get the food, they can't get gasoline because the roads going into town are M roads, state roads. So, and it appears that the state is listening and they're willing to set up some pilot areas. And this resolution could say, we might be interested in a pilot program or participating in a pilot program, but...
I've already raised our hand on that one. I've already raised our hand in the DNR.
Oh, have you? Good.
Yeah, and I sent an email from one of, a Kingsley gentleman who sent me an email that said, I can't get, go, eighth of a mile to the trail. I got to get in my car and I got to take my, ORV over there and then I can get on the trail. That's
However, if he had a
ridiculous.
motorcycle.
But if he could go down the, down the side of the road to get to it, that'd be great. And it just happened to get this email from the DNR and from John Armrine, and he said, are you interested in doing this? And I said, yeah, I just got this email, and yes, count us in. This would be a great economic development thing for us if we could get it, as a pilot.
If we could do the resolution, though, to our elected officials, that would help significantly, like Oscoda did, and I could give Dave a copy of that, and he could have it reworked, and we could approve it at our meeting in 2 weeks. But that and on the PILT, because the PILT, that's just easy money,
Yeah, my only concern about some of that stuff is that when you go after one area, the pie is only so large. And so if they take the PILT and take the money out of the general fund, revenue sharing may be the one that falls back and doesn't get it. So I think we have to be very careful on how we manage our process of going through our elected officials, because we may want to say that revenue sharing is a higher priority than PILT payments getting a double increase. So we have to be careful how we do that and how we're looking at it. So it's just a thought. But the other thing is, Jason, to answer your question, it's the 13th of November.
That's what I thought, too.
So
But I didn't
the
have it in
planning
front of me.
commission is the 1st.
Oh. Yeah.
What's the 13th?
The 13th. It's a Tuesday.
Oh, boy.
It's either 9 to 12 or 5 to 7.
You are going, Ernie.
Oh, absolutely. It's great training. I mean, frankly.
It is the 13th, I'm sorry, between 9 and 11.
I'm just...
Yeah.
Yeah, and Herb's
Well,
right.
there's a session in the morning and a session at night as
9 to
well.
11 and 5 to 7.
Yep.
And both sessions are held in the training room, second floor.
And you need to call.
You need a
Linda and
reserve.
get reserve, because so you know how to set up
For the...
I already reserved.
I'm going to call her up and get it in there now that I know.
Is the board in agreement then with the two resolutions?
Well, let's discuss them.
Definitely the second one. The
Oh,
first
yeah.
one, we got to figure out, how we balance that out with revenue sharing.
Can you arrange that, Mr.
Will
Bennett? And I'll
You can
give
just call down the
Do you want this at the board meeting, at the next board meeting?
Yeah.
Or do you want to do it at the RMA
in 2 weeks
meeting?
there.
I think
All
RMA.
right, 2 weeks.
I think I would just call Ben on the first one.
Time is of the
What their
essence.
strategy
Is it? Then we should do it at the next board meeting.
Yeah, we should do it at the next
These are
board
easy.
meeting.
They're nothing.
But rather than calling them, see, individual, because your chances of getting through to a phone call to Walker or anybody else is pretty slim, where a resolution that we all signed from Grand Traverse County, and every county that was there was going to support them both.
I got their cell phone number.
Yeah, I think your chances of getting to Walker and Schmidt are
My
very
chances
good
are
as
pretty good, I'm
commissioners.
going to get a hold of them.
If you call them, they're going to
Based on all
answer.
the checks I've been giving them.
Yeah.
Okay, any other commissioner reports?
Just to let you know, I did go out, I had a chance to go out and walk around the Brown Bridge Dam this afternoon, and things are progressing. They do feel that, they're taking care of the people along the river. and working as diligently as they can to be able to get them back into their homes. I guess they had two that were rentals, and they even set them up in motels so that they had some place to stay. So, I just want to say thanks to Molon and MTech for what they're doing. I did talk to a gentleman that they brought in from Oregon that's here to look at the whole process and figure out what's going on. So they're not just relying upon local people, they're bringing the experts in to find out exactly what's going on. And I did get some great pictures of how the water is now formed into the riverbed of what they had projected it to be. They're still doing some upriver stuff. It's coming along very well. In fact, some of the areas have started to reseed, and the poplars are starting to grow already in some of the sites that have been lowered.
Still ahead of schedule?
It's coming along very well.
Well, yeah, some of that's been lowered.
To that,
Oh, yeah,
to
to
that
lowered
point,
before.
The Record Eagle had, of course, that story at the top of the page where it quoted the engineers as saying, "We regret." Now, in that story, of course, it talked about them making the decision to, instead of using the existing structure, but building a separate structure that was going to save them $100,000 in the process. That's what we call shortcuts. And that's how at least it's going to,
That hasn't been proven yet. They don't know for sure. So I think,
I'm
we have to wait.
confident we'll know.
I think we'll have an answer, but also, they project that they'll probably be done with the whole process by the middle of December.
Okay, next item is notices and announcements. Chris?
I know we are going to be selecting a road commissioner, and I would greatly appreciate it if we could try to get the selection in before Thanksgiving. If we cannot, I would appreciate knowing what the date is. My husband's parents are in their late 80s, and we have a vacation planned, and I will fly back for those meetings if necessary.
We can get them outside your vacation.
But if we could do it before Thanksgiving, that would really work. If not, I just need the dates so I can make some airline reservations.
Chris?
What?
Trust us.
I might. I just may. But, wouldn't you miss my opinion?
I would.
Let me get with Linda and doodle some dates out. Okay. I'll get with Linda, we'll get some dates out that we can have.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Well, we better check with Chris and make sure we've got the applicants.
All the applicants in and everything, and then we'll plug in some dates.
Okay, any other notices or announcements? Seeing none. Closed session, Dave, we need one?
No, we do not.
Thankfully.
Looking for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
So moved.
Let's stick around.
All in
Aye,
favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.